welcome back to Grim Dawn. Today, I'm continuing where I left off, oddly last time, with the quest that I believe is right here, where I have to explore a bit. And then I'm thinking it doesn't look like it'll be too long before I get to the other zones. I haven't been in the desert for that long, but it's going to be nice to see these other areas. What are they shooting? So these are Soleil people shooting the mechs. They aren't mechs. They're like golems. But... oh, construct is the term they use even. But it's time to see what's up. Feels weird that my HP's not bobbing as much as I was used to, though. Probably just these are weak enemies, so it makes sense. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. I talked to the guy out here already. Oh, hello. Got here just as I started. Preparing to continue with these quests, which, I don't know, it doesn't look like there's too much left. So it shouldn't be too many more. Shouldn't be way too much longer till I have to move up to Elite. But I have quests to clear. Nice area. Very tidy. Full of ghosts, though. Kind of a weird... a lot of this area is kind of odd. Though every eldritch monster is a good thing. What am I low on? I'm low on... I should know the name of the category. Well, okay, I will have completed what I wanted to make sure I completed in Veteran. As like the bare minimum first playthrough element. What is... Corvin Minute for abilities? Huh. Wait, they actually changed that? I thought there was a requirement. Was it just there used to be the requirement if you needed this stuff? Ooh, I have to check. I didn't read the various changes thoroughly. Because if I can just go to Ultimate, then I would definitely do that. Well, it might be a little questionable to skip to that. Ah, defeating it on normal/veteran unlocks both. Cool. Ooh, now that's an important consideration. It looks like a consumable. I'm not gonna click it. Why am I carrying this still? Actually, let's put it there so I don't accidentally click it. Yeah. Well, I'll have to do it for 4 skill points, right? Eventually. If I want every single possible skill point. Unless doing Ultimate will get me those for free. Because there's like the... Because I was curious about the various secondary playthrough mechanics. And like, if you use the ultimate unlock item, you get the lower quests, the skill points from those for free. So I don't know how that behaves. I should have read the change log a little more. I think that's how it used to... Ooh. Huh. That's cool. There's a Blackwater cocktail skill that is Blackwater cocktail, but isn't. Yeah. Cool. You want me to click the... You want me to click this? I'm gonna make sure I'm in a safe location. I'm gonna set up teleport. And then I'm gonna click it. 30 energy cost. Health and energy. Wait, it's just a little... It's a pet, basically? It doesn't have HP. It teleports to me. That's pretty good. Wait, no, but it has HP. It has a health and energy value. Okay. What are you gonna do? Yeah, it doesn't do anything. That's fun. I like that. I actually probably wouldn't have used it. Well, I know I would have used it eventually. But without, like, prodding, I would have taken a long time before I would actually activate it. Because I'd be like, oh, it could be a consumable, like, that ether cluster I got forever ago and then wasted. And it would have been really useful against that boss with that first time around. But I wasted it on nothing. But instead it's just a cute little pet. Wait, it's not soulbound. So you can collect all of the pets? Oh, that sounds really fun. Different pets. To just have... a box. Oh, like a crate. I assume, like the, you know, the company's name. I assume. I don't trust this. There's definitely something somewhere that I missed. And if there isn't, then I'm gonna be kind of let down that I checked and there was nothing. Yeah, that's really fun. It's kind of in a different method. Are they purely random chance, or can you focus them? If you have to farm them, that sounds kind of fun. Yeah, it looks like there's nothing. If it's farming for a little crate item from like a super boss or something would be pretty interesting. Like limit a purely cosmetic pet. It's just like a joke item, but you can only get it from the hardest boss in the game. I think that would be funny. I guess I could have missed this quest. Oh wait, no, this is the guy that I was sent here for.
Hey, stop fiddling with my body!
I was checking if there was any secrets. Briefly. Because I had to actually give it an honest chance. Crazy old man down there with an army of ghosts. Ah, I'd have to find it. I'd have to purchase it then. Which I could do, but for now I have not. Cool. Story. I guess Loyalist Pack being a crate kind of makes the most sense to me. Given that the whole crate entertainment and all that. It makes a lot of sense. Shrine. Oh wait, this is an important shrine. This is a very important shrine to get. Because once I have the devotion point, I now have this. Yeah, I'll definitely get all those points. There's a lot of resistance from that. And I need the complete constellation for that. There, good. So now I have the Elemental Storm. Elemental Storm is currently 1.5 second recharge, 5 second duration. That's good. Oh, I'm about to die. Oh, never mind. It died to retaliation. I assume that's the Elemental Storm then. Maybe it's randomized, that'd be fun. Yeah, based on the debuff, I think it must be. So now, in theory, minus 19 fire and minus 12, which is going to apply in a different way, so it's not necessarily going to be 31. It's going to be more or less. Well, it won't be more. Actually, it could be more. If they have over 100 of a resistance, it would be more, potentially, depending on how it's calculated. But it will be good for bosses. Oh, so wait, does it have... You know, same. Basically right now, Exploding Round has the highest chance, slightly, and I have that here, which might be wrong. Maybe I should put the lower chance for the damage skill, and the higher chance for the... Actually, yeah. This has a longer cooldown. That's a 3.5 seconds, so maybe putting that on a different... Like, Exploding Shot here, it'll trigger more frequently. And it has a shorter cooldown, might be better. I didn't consider it for that reason. These should be equal at 19%, and this one is 22. Actually, I think triggering this more often might be better. And then this one, yeah, has a longer cooldown, 30% on attack, might be better. Might work out to be more even this way instead of using lower chance, lower chance. The elemental storm on the explosion might be better because it is less likely to be a pierce projectile that's killing something in the back line. The pet has a walking sound, and it is distracting. It's barely audible. Yeah, so since this has a shorter cooldown, I put it on the 22. This has a longer cooldown, I put it on the 19. Or I put it on the 19, not the 19 on it. I found this one by chance. Oh yeah! That is very valuable to keep in mind. I think I'll stick with it for now, but for bosses, switching this to the Inquisitor's Seal might be better. Stationary bosses. Because then I can have an Inquisitor's Seal sitting on a stationary boss. It'll trigger it as fast as it possibly could. Yeah, that's a good reminder. I think for basic mobbing, I think having it set to bullets is safer because then it will trigger more often. But against a stationary boss, it would be way better. Assuming each tick is when it might trigger the star. As opposed to once per cast. If it's once per cast, that would be pretty bad. She does a... Flashbang also might be worth considering. But it has a cooldown, so it's probably it's probably a worse idea. Orb of Mystery. I've been meaning to respec. I want to take the 1 point out of this because I think it feels kind of bad with only 1 point. Which also means maybe I should just put all my points into it instead. That might be a better idea. Yeah. Actually, yeah, does these apply? So if these apply Frostburn, so the chilling and the storm both apply dots. as like a side effect. So those, would they both trigger, or is it only things like Flames of Ignifar, like consistent hits? If this applies, that would be good to consider. I want to test. Actually, I could test it pretty easily to sort of get a good idea of how it works. I just need to mess with it on a training dummy. That's the easiest way to see how it works. I have to turn in the quest and sell stuff, so... back I go for now. I'm gonna see how that behaves and sell all the junk. So I currently have... where were the training dummies? Here. What I have set right now is... the meteor storm is on the cold. So the cold triggered, and it triggered this. And then it's ticking. It's kind of hard to tell because it hits so much.
Come see what's left of my wares.
And those can't practically be triggered enough. I should say that. That sounds pretty fun to see. Like, bop, 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 as a reaction. Ooh, defensively those seem really good. It's a lot of elemental. Oh, I'm way over on bleed. Okay, that's really good. Yeah, slight damage down, but way better defense. And I guess skills like... actually, that Blackwater Cocktail seems pretty useful in this context. Because dots... I assume dots trigger... I don't know. If dots trigger those... it's all a question of how dots are incorporated into attacks. Like, if the effect of Blackwater Cocktail could trigger... well, actually wouldn't because it's not an attack, but... mostly thinking about Blackwater Cocktail triggering itself with the burn dot. Which probably doesn't behave like that. Gloves, better fire, worse fire, better burn. Chaos instead of bleed would be pretty good. I lose attack speed. It's worth considering. I'm never going to use this though. It's such a huge downgrade. Losing the fire strike. Vitality, element, bleeding, for bleeding. It's better defensively. I can carry it for now. Oops. Elena's necklace was the one where it was the daughter. Rest in peace. You got sold. Okay. These get sold. These get saved. These get stored. Double rare. Pretty... Ooh. Probably pretty good for pets, but I'm not going to save it for just for that. Oh, this is a special one to save. Yeah. Can't even find... Oh yeah, it's right there. It's a lot of cold though, I guess. I bet it's good for specific builds. Whatever Star Pact is. Not this roll, just the... It looks like a decent... It's Arcanist. It looks like a usable piece of equipment if you get good rolls at least. Because it's actually focused. Maybe not though, I don't know enough. Vitality... I can swap it if I need the resistances on ultimate. Yeah. I guess, wait,
See you around.
yeah, if you'd have to get better, but... It's the... Oh, Vanguard of the 3. Yanarak at the Conclave of the 3. Okay, yeah, still can turn in.
Hello again, traveler.
Kind of neat. It feels like there's a lot of... I guess basically... It seems like the type of thing where if you can't find anything better, it's at least a reliable source of an item. Like, I know how to source this metal. It might not be the best. It might be, for all I know, but I don't assume it's the best. It's just easy to find. Which means that it's easy for me to get a slight upgrade when I felt like I should.
I'll hold on to that for you.
Oops. Yeah. A lot of the stuff... to mess with in this third DLC looks promising for many reasons. There's a lot of potential for a lot of different things. Oh, look at the like anthills. Cool. Or termite mounds. Or scarab. Oh, there's a cave. There's a lot to look forward to in the next expansion. I wonder how they're going to do the story though. Because I can't imagine they actually set up for it in this one, because they were gonna stop, and effectively they pretty much had stopped making new stuff for this game. So I wonder how the story's gonna... I mean, I assume stuff was left that could be connected to After Forgotten Gods, but Ashes to Forgotten Gods was like a very clear line in the story. I kind of wonder what they're gonna draw, or whether this was left on a huge cliffhanger. Looks pretty good for pets. Oh shoot, maybe I put something else. I could... I should check that. Also, can I do that? Can I can't. What a shame. Maybe it automatically gets set out when I reload. That'd be good. I'm leaving in order to do something. Check crafting. I need to see if I can craft...
Got any more scrap metal?
These are called pants. And I can't search based on pants. There's probably better ways outside of game to search for stuff like this. I actually think it's probably better to do that. Or is it leg armor? Oh, is there no niche? Yeah, I'd have to do it manually. Are there no ones that are specifically for leg armor? There's shoulder armor, chest armor. Okay, there is leg. But it's fairly general application. I should probably look for resistances, actually. Chaos resist. Can't. Yep, no, okay. An anti-venom salve wouldn't be bad. Because I am low on that. Guess that's what I'll do.
Go on now.
Yeah. I still have more stuff to the left to explore. I really need to distribute these better. Some of these are already ready for ultimate, and then there's these 3. These 4 are actually good already, and I can get more from some of these other pieces that I have. Yeah. I was fighting all of them and realizing that I probably shouldn't have poison as my lowest resistance. That will cause a problem. I'm not actually looking at the monsters, I'm just trying to read. Yeah, well, I mean, some of them are over, like 50 over, just a few. But I can't have enough. Cause like, just because I have enough of this, well, this one's 5 short. Just because some of these are enough, I'm gonna have to adjust gear and I'm gonna lose some of those to get enough resistances for everything else. Like those 3 are, or these 4 are fine. These are terrible. And have a lot, they have a long way to go. Admittedly, the moment I switch off of, the moment I replace this chest plate is the moment I lose 117 fire resist, so. Though even with that, I'm still almost 50 over. I guess I really should replace this, huh? The physical resist is nice, but other than that, it's not really that great. I should be looking for a better everything else resist chest plate. Nope, it's not a path. Actually, isn't it minus 50 for the top, minus 25 for the bottom, or something like that? So, some of these might be okay, or they might not be top bottom exactly though. Like this one's might be okay. This one might be less bad than it was, and these two are bad. I don't know about physical. Losing all my physical would probably not be great. Ah, tainted brain matter. That's what I lost. pretty weird that these sailors kept the people's hands. Unsavory cargo. I wonder what the context for this is. Because this has to be an important excerpt. Stuff about not swimming in the bay is presumably important. Maybe it's just to highlight that there used to be water here. Which is obvious because it's a bunch of docks, so of course there was water. Kind of interesting. I keep trying to shoot these people. Yeah. It's kind of a fun, like, and it presumably all got burned away by the primordial fire orb. Or maybe their buddy. That feels weird that it's not something. Yeah, there's the boat. It's kind of fun to see. I guess it all got burnt up. Everything got aggressively transformed into a desert on whatever the day it all occurred. Which is cool. It's a fun bit of world to explore. It sets up the... I think it works to set up the Forgotten God, who is maybe the boss. I don't know though. What is it? Tomb of the Eldritch Sun, which would be where these folks, Kaiman's Chosen, must have found the globe of fire in their basement. I wonder what the necromancer setup does. I wonder if it interacts differently with this whole area, or whether it's just sort of the story kind of feels different based on context. Like if you don't know the Kaiman's Chosen stuff,
Can't do that yet.
or you don't have enough rep, I wonder how that affects this area. Okay, I need to level this. One more, and then I can start on the boat. Get a bunch of offense ability and a defense ability here to heal me for not that much. Gives me more defense and armor. The game has weird scaling. It's very weird that these enemies still only have this much. This area? Or remnant of Corvin City? If it's this, then that suggests to me that maybe I'm missing something. And I should be able to get there. If it's the other area up above, then yeah. Makes sense. It's a big impact. Do a little more Zeke. See, I don't know if I have the rest of this story that was being told there. I only have Carmack's final notes. I'm assuming they got murdered. Not Carmack, writing's final entry. I assume they got killed. Maybe not. Okay, it's always good to keep that in my mind. Crit damage seems like a really valuable stat in the late stage of the game because it seems relatively uncommon, so it won't be diluted by other effects. Because the plus to all damage seems kind of bad at this stage of the game. It's still good damage, but it's diluted by the fact that I already have what, over 1,000% fire modifier? So another 10%'s not that much. But the crit applies on the top of that, so it's even more valuable, I believe. Okay, so that means it's probably not too obvious, unless it is super obvious. Oh. Okay, if I look at the map, there's no way it's accessible after this section. There's mountains, so it has to be from here. I'm assuming it's not like do a quest and I get access. I should be able to get there without having to do other quests, is what I would hope. My default assumption would be wait until later and then come back. I mean, that path looks suspicious, but I'm overly paranoid. Wait, oh no, turtle shell leveled up. Paranoia has set in about locating that area. Oh! Why is this guy here? They're very cuddly looking. Nice and friendly. Also incredibly easy to ignore. Pierce, and that's it. That's not worth it. Now it feels like that should be something, but it shouldn't be, because that just looks like an end. Yeah, it's blocked off, which makes it simpler. It'd be interesting if path there was to like exit from that other dungeon that was inside the maw. I don't think I missed anything obvious there. It's fine. Doesn't make a difference. Okay. Time to mess with the camera. Okay, I mean, there's a chest there. Don't search for it. It will be revealed as part of something else. But I will finish the map at least. First entry. I started with the final entry. Oh, that's... I guess there must be a celestial or something that you have to fight there. And it's gated to ultimate because you can't fight them until then or whatever. Ah. That's interesting. I wonder what content would be in this area. Oh, this area. It might not be a space here, but I wonder what it is. All the more reason to skip Elite. Though, I don't know how much I can skip Elite. I'll have to figure that out. You know what? I should just do this. So I'm gonna just check something for the change log. Okay, I have that there. It's kind of an effective way to taunt you. Like you get here before ultimate because you started a new character with the release of the DLC and you wanted to play through it on normal, and then you see this whole area that you can't access, but no one has gotten to it on ultimate yet, so you don't know that that's the only way to access it, so you spend 2 hours trying to find how to get to the named location, only to sadly learn you can only do it on ultimate. Real griffins. Griffins that aren't made of rock. I actually didn't expect that. Ooh, a griffin summon would have been fun. I think Oathkeeper has different summons, and they're weird because they're unkillable. Oh. They just act as aura bots? Yeah, have a secret ultimate area. Ooh, they could go even further. Because, like, there's the additional difficulty they're implementing, which I don't know how it's going to work exactly, because I don't know enough about everything in this game to really know. Like, having an ultimate only difficulty area, and then having something where you have to increase the difficulty further to access it somehow, using the other new difficulty stuff. So it's extra inaccessible. really looking forward to that. Once the DLC releases, people won't have... there'll be so much to discover. And it would be impossible to know optimal stuff right away. It'll be a journey to discover. Am I deep in water there? Can I just hold my breath forever? Or is it down a waterfall? It's down a waterfall. I would say there's pretty high odds that I've probably missed stuff. I don't remember a note in a jar, today at least. So if I had found it, it would have been before, and if it's in this area, then I've definitely missed it. I have to go back and look for a jar. What a weird little area. I guess it's just that. That feels very limited. This is weird. They actually have like a map. It's not like part of the map, but they actually have a map for this area instead of it just being grey nothingness. Weird. Let me get out of the secret area first. Maybe that was the wrong rift. Maybe it wasn't. If this was the correct rift, then it is just there, I guess. Give me this. That's fine. I can't. Oh, this is where the sun destroyed everything. Cool. So yeah, it's describing the moment in which, well, the moments in which the entire desert burned. That's a fun note. These notes tell a lot of the story, and they're also potentially missable. up there. But yeah. It's one of those interesting things, because I think, from what I understand, they have not played 1.2. Like, I think the last time they played was prior to the update, so it would have been a different system, but I guess it's a question of secondary playthroughs you can skip as well, so they would actually have a good idea. It's only the first playthrough where you 100% have to play through everything. Or had to. So I should just get that done with then. Which is at the Conclave. I don't actually know what, other than the resistance changes, I don't know what ultimate changes other than like drops and stuff.
Seeker.
It might be the case that the resistance reduction is the only thing that changes, so if you can cap them, it might be good to do. It's a book. Yeah, especially for a quest like this. I guess for this one it makes sense you have to turn in the quest because it's a joke. It's just a book. Neat. Yeah, like I don't actually... If ultimate is just a jump or reduction resistances, then if you cap it, then it's probably no different than elite. But then level scaling is part of it too. I wanted to check how this behaves. Checking the hotfixes and the main change. Yeah. I guess turning it in, like, there's a little bit of a joke with like, oh, it was just a book for a moment there. Like, it wasn't even that much of a joke. Oh, cool. They changed the scaling of normal, which is why it's so easy to out level or level to like 70 while still on veteran. Because the 1.2 change made it so more things scale up to 100 or towards 100. So I guess prior to 1.2 I would have hit a level cap by now. Yeah. Mostly just the one line they gave where like what does it do, and then they just reply it's a book. They then go into more detail about how it's alchemy, transmutation stuff. And I'm like, maybe getting the player to react to the it's just a book as if they went through that quest just for a book sort of thing might be part of the reason you have to hand it in. To like get a reaction from the player. Not much of a reaction, but I don't know, it doesn't really feel... I agree, it's not really... a necessary quest at this stage. going back there to hand it in. Can't jump that way. Good to know. Yeah. It's a bit of a weird thing. Like it makes... Oh, wow. There's so many shrines in this DLC. There are so many. Like, I've already gotten 3 or 4. I've gotten 3 today. And there's only 3 in all of Ashes of Malmo. What a weird... What a weird everything. It's just such an odd balance. Free chaos resist, free burn damage. Wonderful. Now I can get this. I wonder how these guys teleport in. Whether they have like a little peephole on the normal plane to watch when they should teleport in. Oh, is there more on like ultimate difficulty in the ultimate only area? Darn, rifle. First actual, almost usable legendary weapon. That seems pretty good. I don't know what temper is. Temper might be a soldier. It's probably a soldier. Could be an interesting soldier. Inquisitor, maybe? Two-handed weapon based. Before the first of the Carven people arrived, there's only a Horan. So Horan had faith in the God of Gods, which is maybe relevant to the story. Oh, maybe I missed. Maybe I forgot how many I gathered. Yeah. I see Atef. He prayed to the Eldritch Sun, which means he prayed to the primordial thing. Ayana is a name. Yalia. Yanya. Different name, very similar. Presumably named after this character or something. It's kind of an interesting system. How, like, you get shrines, you can get stuff from the Crucible, and it's all kind of odd to me. What a weird story this is. Ah, fun. Their god made him immortal so that he would see his daughter die of old age. Very friendly. What a nice person that was. I like the story, it's pretty interesting. Completing a quest that grants skill or attribute points on a higher difficulty, elite or ultimate, will now reward you the skill and attribute points for the lower difficulties as well. So I don't have any reason to go through elite just for skill points. I'm glad I read that. Which means that it feels like as long as you do have the gear, there's no reason to play elite at all. Like, obviously you can rush through normal and then elite and do it that way. But it seems unnecessary to do elite at all with those changes. Which is maybe good. It's probably why they made it, because going through the game 3 times is a bit much. Though you can go through it fairly quickly, I believe. Once you know what you're doing, which I don't. Ooh, that's weird. I dashed and it didn't work. Huh.
That skill's not.
It must have been because I dashed before the movement from this ended. Maybe not. Weird. Yeah. I'm mostly, if I'm happy with the faction stuff, it's unnecessary to do elite. And I think that's a good thing. Like, having an extra... having it there as an option is nice. But, like, I think this playthrough I will probably not do elite. Huh. Magical Smith. Celestial Essence. I assume Celestial Essence might drop from Celestials. And then you can use that to get a random one of these, I assume. It's kind of cool. Wait. Eldritch Essence can... Eldritch and Celestial Lotus. Unless it's this. Makes Celestial Lotuses. And I don't have access to Celestial Lotuses yet. So it just shows up as a question mark. That would be funny. Because these are all like groupings. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This one doesn't have a group yet. So I'm assuming it could... There could be another grouping for it involving lotuses or something. I should be using these at some point. Health regen. I should really look at these and consider using them. Because they don't look irrelevant if there's some that are fire. There's resistances. I've never gotten Molten Skin. Interesting. Yeah. So it doesn't... It's not a full cycle. I'll have to look at that stuff in the future. I guess this area is mostly for the smith. The loot there seems kind of... Given that I didn't get a blue, it's not a scripted, good, excellent loot source. For the map, I am here. I'm not far from the next zone. I like this. I like these stone formations in real and fake contexts. Oh. It didn't look like there were too many of those, but I guess maybe there were a few. Wait, what was that other message about? I'll check it. Interesting. Always a grim little story. I shouldn't say grim, that's too repetitive. Just think of another word. It could be better than dark, though. Desolate is overstated. Could just say unhappy. What an unhappy story. Ooh, a boss. King of the Sands. Ganarvakar. King of the Sands. Narvacar is a pretty interesting name. What is... Oh, is it weird bugs? Where stuff stops loading, but it gets shot out by the boss anyway? And then once it stops loading, once it loads back in, it will continue as if it had never been interrupted by going outside of the loading range? Pretty funny effect. Oh yeah, I was gonna say something about scaling. The normal scaling, the HP doesn't really scale very well. They've had the same, like, level sub a million max HP on heroes for the past 30 levels. Feels like it should scale a little bit more aggressively. It's a very eerie sound. Doing a great job making it spooky. Do a lot of damage.
I can't do that yet.
Hit reasonably hard for a beetle. Yeah, that sound almost sounds like it's something coming from outside of my headphones. Except for the fact that the sound makes no sense if it was coming from anywhere but my headphones. What a weird... Ah. I paid attention to the fact that there would be something there, and it wouldn't just be a waste of time. I guess, is that like... Just thinking back as I explore this cave. Is that like the best smith for stuff, or is it just it converts... It is the one that is there to convert the materials for this DLC. Cause it didn't look like it could convert other stuff, so it only works on like the brains and the lotus.
I can't do that yet.
Wait, no, that's not brains. It's essence. It's very pretty. Okay. Good to keep in mind that that's a fairly accessible blacksmith. But he's not on the map, so I need to not forget. I can't remember. When I need it, I can find the Malmouth one. That's the only one I can't remember the location of off the top of my head, because I didn't need to use it. There's a lot of interesting story. It is a lot. I think there's more notes in this than there was in Ashes, as far as I can remember. Okay, so I have to go back to the underground. Okay, so they're treasure hunters, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, the scaling is kind of... Oh, a second Oathbreaker. Cool. Sadly, they don't stack, but... I actually think it should be... I'm already at 22. Oh, they both give 2 levels of Fire Strike. Okay, so I don't actually need to worry. But the extra levels of Brimstone get to 7 to 19 Brimstone. It's technically a downgrade right there, but 5 to 6 fragments up from 4 to 5. That's totally worth it. Okay. Now I just have to decide if this Pierce is still worth it though. I think. The 29 piercing damage is pretty good, but maybe it's better if I got a fire. Something that actually works with fire might be better. Like improved Searing Ember might be worth more. Physical to fire, the fire skill's better. That might be a better choice. I'm lazy. I'm going to leave it unenhanced for now. And then once I go enhance it, I will look at other stuff. Oh yeah, I have very little. I still have some. I have some piercing, I believe. But not a lot. Only 265. Instead of 1421. Like, the fire is way more important than the pierce. The advantage of the pierce is I could set... This is better on the offhand right now, but that's because of the skill. Yeah. I just think... I guess 4... Well, it's like 29 times 2.5 is, I think, better than 3 times 1,000. So like that might be one for like if I don't find something that this is the best source of fire I have. I think it's bad. Crafting a better component, if possible, would definitely seem like it would be the better choice. Apparently this is better DPS, but I'll leave it for now. Because the reason it's better DPS is the pierce, I assume. Okay, I'm gonna explore this on the way back to the cave. I need to get in here. I'll deal with that later. So I have to go back to the cave, but before that... I'll go to the other... Oasis? No. I'm trying to remember where... Yeah, it was here. I just feel like using the skeleton. I'll check for fire components. Enchanted flint. Burning weapon. Energy reserve. That doesn't say anything about... No, only used in melee. Yeah, so I can't use it. But there's flint core bolts, which gives an active, which I won't really use. But the passive component of this is a lot better than Searing Ember. Yeah, I guess flint core bolts might be the right choice. Four to 6, give some fire damage conversion. Should be good. I'm going to go bank that. So, just for scale. Yeah. It's not a definitive case that it's better. Yeah, the DPS calc is wrong there, which is acceptable. Yeah. The only... I think flint core bolts are the only thing that works. The flint would be really good, I think. That would be so strong. Which is why it's restricted. I wonder if this is worth... I don't have molten skin. Those seem almost usable. The cold is wasted though. Yeah, enchanted flint would probably be crazy strong. Burning weapons with a range on my build would be way too good. 201 base damage, I think. It would be crazy strong. That would be like 14 times that. That would be over 2,000 damage. Maybe 2,800-ish damage. And the burn. It's pretty... It seems pretty good. I don't really need to run back, but I don't know why. I felt like it. Then I can go back to this area. I assume that's kind of part of the reason why it's... Well, that doesn't make sense. I guess melee has better... I want to see what this looks like. Okay, I actually have to hit something to see what it looks like. I wonder if it's just melee can have better damage because it's melee. But it can also work on offhands. Okay, apparently that was an achievement character.
Can't do that yet.
Is it really that bad? It's so bad. It's worthless. It's so bad at this point in the game. Which makes sense, but... It's so worthless. Oh, that's funny. It's not even worth putting on the bar. I should have expected that, but... I don't know, it's called Greater. I thought it would be almost... It would at least do some damage, but it does... nothing with my build. Like, I relied on the basic fireball fairly early in the game for a little bit. Because it was pretty good at that point. But I guess those active, they're probably not the best. They probably don't scale. Oh, really? And I missed that? I really shouldn't have missed that. I just want to double check down there. I just want to see what it looks like. There probably aren't multiple secrets, but... I mean, there's a dead body that I didn't loot, so it's still worth it. Yeah, I can't... Oh, hey, there's 2 secrets. What a... It's a double secret. It's an entrance. Ooh. Wait, does that mean it's a double secret area? Like that one boss? The bug boss? No, that was within a... that was within a special area, not a... It was a different type of secret area. This is just a normal secret area. Mundane. Weak. Normal monsters. Two Huslog. Maybe. Oh, so this is the last of the... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Final seal deep within the Howling Abyss. This is the last seal, which could also have a decent boss defending it. That's a fairly well hidden one. I guess they were all fairly well hidden, weren't they? This was in a secret area. They were all in secret areas, so pretty easy to miss. I assume it's a seal to a boss then. Given that it has a name and that they're worried about what's sealed within. It's fun. I enjoy this little quest. Steel jaw. Okay, steel jaw is a boss. Fairly normal boss though. So not really threatening. He could still kill me. Or he will die super quick. Because it's actually a hero, not a boss.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting... I think it kind of fits. Like, it's all about this collapsed ancient-ish
Skills
civilization
not ready.
that would have, I mean, an ancient civilization would have a lot of just stuff that's unknown. So it's kind of fun. And I think it fits fairly well. Oops, I had a second recipe. Okay. Oh shoot, no, I didn't want to do that because I wanted to save some of these. Defensive ring and the belt. Okay, there's gonna be something maybe here. I'm really wondering what the third DLC is gonna be like. How it's gonna exist, what the area is gonna be. It's gonna be snowy, I think. Like, other than that, I wonder what sort of... I guess it seems like it's gonna be chaos and chthonic themed, because that's what the Berserker stuff is about. But I wonder how it's gonna go. I'm wondering how the classes are gonna combine. Because the Berserker probably has a fair bit of potential. Why is my damage per second down? Oh, it's temporarily... Yeah, it's temporarily debuffed, huh? Yeah. DLC number 3. Triple secrets. It makes sense. Oh, wait, is... Ooh, maybe. There's a lot of potential about what this is gonna be. Yeah, so the seal is blocking something. Maybe that they need to keep away from the god. Which either... I was wondering if it might be that guy who's been named a bunch. The desert calls... No. Horan? Maybe he was sealed within? That would be interesting. There's a lot of potential for what's sealed there. I hope it's not just a generic monster. I hope it's an interesting story character with a lot to tell. Third seal. In the darkness bound, but it says Morganeth, so it's not going to be him. Morganeth forged his betrayal. In the tomb of the heretic, his soul knows no rest. Should the Corvin faith be shaken once more by Morganeth's folly, then steel your soul against the tendrils of night and deliver the keys to the path of the damned, beyond the resting place of our chosen champions. Path of the damned. Path... It's not on the list here. Valley of the Chosen. Pit of Atonement. Oh, back I have to go. But... So this Path of the Damned is going to be somewhere in the... It can be hidden somewhere in the Valley of the Chosen is my guess. But if I missed something, are you trying to tell me that it is a triple level secret? 5 layers deep, a secret within a secret within a secret? So many secrets. Shoot, I hope that would stay open. I forgot that it doesn't. I really want to know what was sealed. There's so much buildup that if the thing that's hidden and sealed away is a griffin, I will be severely let down. I hope it's a giant monster that has something cool. I'm assuming it wasn't in the room there, but maybe I missed it. I'm assuming it was further back than that. But I do not know. And that path looks like there's a path, but there isn't a path. Oh. That's a very subtle one. I mean, most of these are subtle. Some of them are very... Like, this is a very subtle one. Because there's a bar across there. It is visible. You can totally see it. But when it's in the fog, it's very easy to not notice. That's very subtle. Which, it's a secret. It should be kind of hard to find. And I only found it because you said check the right edges. If I hadn't, I might have been a lot more difficult. Yeah, that one was very subtle. Like, some of them are very obvious, at least to me. And those are great, but... Oops. Forgot these guys would spawn randomly. Yes. I guess anywhere that has a bar blocking something, always assume that it might be trying to hide, obfuscate something from you. How'd I go? Wait. Whatever. Reading the changelog is a lot of specific. Wait, oh, it's the back of this. Okay. Which means that I can go to the Vanguard.
Riken seems pleased with your work. Remarkable. Before we can depart for the tomb, however, Salile demands sacrifice.
What kind?
Don't worry. Salile will not be feasting on your essence today. He has another in mind. You recall the ire of a cur you've acquired for us? It peers beyond the veil into realities beyond our own. I've branded it with runes so that its iris will focus on a particular place. Bring it to the burning spire in the ruins of a bid to the north and place it upon the altar. A rift in reality will tear open. Do not fear it. Enter and seek out a creature named Onarix. Slaughter it in the name of Selial and bring me its heart so that our patron's hunger may be sated.
Interesting. I've been reading the changelog gradually for 1.2. There's some weird changes that I don't think were necessary. Like, the energy reserve skills, you can't toggle them off anymore. I thought you could, but I guess that got changed, and I just accepted the change without worrying. Unless it can be set and toggled off, it's weird that you can't disable them, because they do take up energy. Not that it's a huge amount, but it's interesting. Huh. Kind of cool that the cultists are
traveler?
more
What
afraid
might
of
I
stuff.
help you with?
Your exploits, another vision. Sheer malevolence. The messenger. Interesting. I wonder if that will interact with the Kaiman's Chosen stuff at all. I hope it does.
I hear you've done some excellent work around here.
Eldritch monstrosity. Cool. Interesting story. Looks like Bismeal's all about binding stuff. Not all about, but neat. Okay, time to sell some junk.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Yeah, I kind of wonder how it will interact. I hope it interacts and it's not. I hope it has impact and it doesn't do nothing. I'm keeping that, obviously. Curious about these. They're way worse. Okay.
Put it to good use.
I guess the messenger is what they called the thing in the basement. So it's interesting to see if there's multiple messengers. Oh! This is that thing they described, basically. Arms replaced. It didn't reveal its guts full of fire, though. It just had something in its chest. There's no way this is nothing. There has to be something here. There isn't. That's so weird. Like, maybe it's to see this? Just to show that that's there? Suspicious. Maybe it's just there to make me feel suspicious, then decide that, oh, there's nothing, and then I lower my guard, and then there's an actual secret that will show up. Ooh, that's kind of cool. That's a cool visual. Where it's like the heat. This is a cool place. It's quite literally not cool, but... it's about the hottest place in the game, probably, so far. Missive to Elders of Ulzwin's Temple. Time to read the lore. Patron. They're judging their god. Ulzwin's an alcoholic. Particular maiden. I don't think I have, but maybe. Lore is delicious. You always want to eat it. Cool lore. Hey, I found it myself this time. This one was actually pretty obvious. I'm glad I didn't miss that one. I wonder if this calculates my ice damage. 66? No, that's not the ice that gets shot as part of this. It doesn't factor in these. Yummy, yummy. Yeah. But I really like... it's sort of... I enjoy the short, regularly-ish spaced bits of lore. It's like... it's worth reading them because it's just in the side here. You can keep shooting monsters while reading it, or you can stop and read it with focus. Like, it works really well in this format to just get extra bits of lore and story to the world. Like a game like Dark Souls, I'm not likely to read every little bit of lore because first person, so you can't do anything when you're reading. But this, it's easy to read every little bit of lore, and they're fairly They're reasonably short most of the time, so you can just read through them all and then keep going. It's really well done. What was the... Did I get it one of these, probably? I need better armor. There's so many shrines. There are so many shrines. Yeah. I was kind of surprised that I found 2 in quick succession like that. I actually managed it. Oh, this was what I picked up. Oh wait, no, that's what they gave me. That's not what I picked up. It's rare for me to actually find them by myself. But I did it. Chariot of the Dead. I'll get a bunch of reasonably useful stats. Stun duration, vitality resist, cunning, offense ability. A lot of offense ability there. And then defensive. It'll be great. Tomb entrance. Temple of Atef. Altar of Atef. I'm uncertain which I should enter first. The fact that I don't have a quest for it means that I want to enter this one first. But maybe there's a quest that I can pick up for there, and I should leave it. I'll grab this first. This is makes it easier. Because with this... I didn't mean to press L, but I meant to check this. I'm here. Yeah, both work. Oh no, I have... It was the last piece that I needed. Completing it was required to get the, This was required to build this because it required 5 purple. So with the... finishing the crown gave me enough purple. Burning Spire. I'll go there first. It doesn't actually... I can get back here fairly easily. Ooh. Spooky. Ranged build. Fire, burn, fireball chance, chaos resist, bleed resist. That might be bad for defense. Because my chaos is really bad. My bleed is super far over. I lose a little bit of fire. I gain a lot of offense ability. I put an unholy inscription. It's still down on DPS, but that's fine. Oh no. Oh yeah, because I only had the purple, so I have exactly enough with the crossroad point. 'Cause I think prior to starting this crown, I was at 3. Where did I get the 3 from? Where did I get the 3 points from? The quill? Yes, the quill gave me 3 points. This gave me 1. Enough for this. Then the 1 here gave me that. I don't think... Eventually, I'll be able to get rid of the rat. Rat was here for green and red. But when I finish this constellation, I can get rid of all of rat. And rat's not that good for my build. It has a few good stats, but it's mostly poison and acid. I'll have 4 more points to work with once I finish this. Because I still need the green to get this. Oh no, I don't. I need the green for this. Once I finish this, I'll have enough, and I'll be able to get rid of rat. Because this green is enough for the torch. But that's a ways away. It'll take a little while to get there. Which will be... It'll be great, because rat is kind of bad. And maybe I could respec more and then fix it, but... For now, I don't want to respec everything just to figure out something else that would be useful. When I can just continue through until I can replace it. Yeah, that damage seems kind of bad. I assume they might resist fire a lot. So many bones. Bones on top of bones. Yeah, like once you have everything, you just sort of make sure everything's perfect. I think most of what I have is fine, except for rat. Probably not optimal, but not necessarily quite optimal, but I guess there's 2 or 3 constellations that could maybe there's ways to shift it around
Skill's not ready.
in my favor. Okay, so the way out will be right here. I wish I could look at my constellations while I was running. It would be very... I mean, I could do this. It'll jump a bit every time I have to click something, but... Oh, nope. Alt-tab is a bad idea. Because the Alt key gets stuck when I load back in, if I Alt-tab back in. Maybe if I don't if I click back in, maybe that's how the Alt key gets stuck. You know, Alt-tabbing out or in gets the Alt key stuck. For some reason. Not physically stuck though, so it's all good. Don't wanna scroll. Like I bet Spider. Yeah, I imagine Spider, Quill, and Jackal could maybe be shifted around a little. Along with Rat. But maybe it's impossible to shift those. Maybe I need all the points from them without being able to get other stuff. You can explore the temple then. Or next. I don't know what I would respec for though. It doesn't, I guess defensive stuff might be valuable. There doesn't seem to be many more fire specific constellations that aren't like limited by melee or other effects. But maybe I'm missing some options. I guess that's a source of lava or something. I wonder what my chaos is looking like. On here, the chaos is nothing. It's not as good, but it's not terrible. The chaos value is half, or maybe even close to a third of my fire. Just thinking about this. I don't know if I specifically the no, the Devil Touched ammo does give fire damage. I thought it gave. Maybe I should put Devil Touched instead of 4 to 6 versus 5 to 7. 30, 30, 30, conversion. 4 to 6 burn. Yeah, it might actually be better to use Devil Touched. I get even more lifesteal. It has a better fire bonus and it has a better fire base damage. I don't benefit from a second Demon's Breath, but the Greater Fire Blast is useless. So I might be better off getting rid of the Flint Core and just sticking with the Devil Touched ammo. Which I thought Devil Touched was chaos, not fire, but I guess it's fire. Ah. I randomly moused over the interactable object. Ooh, it's a shortcut. Like, not really. There are a lot of chests in this area, which might be a good thing to keep in mind. Yeah, this DLC has a lot of, like, glamorous, opulent chests. And if those have better drop rates, and this is a valuable area. It is grave robbing, so I guess it's to be expected that you get high value stuff. Ketan Thun. I'm gonna take the risk. It's not really much of a risk, seemingly, but physical bleed. 10% chance to do an AoE attack. Interesting. Oh, I'll probably have to come back here later, huh? Or maybe even almost right away for all I know. Unless this is the thing that I collected the markers for. Yes, that's gonna be a... Oh, maybe it's a different quest. That'd be fun if you go here for one of the... for like Drieg. So there's slight variations if you are a different cult. Though maybe I'm about to get a quest to go there.
I smell the heart of Onarix on your presence. Give it to me, so that Salile may feast on its power and bestow his gift upon our forces.
The red, the green, the blue.
Salile is pleased. All that remains is to crush the insolent fools guarding the tomb of the Eldritch Sun and destroy their precious god. The witch gods are united in this very moment. The three cults will move upon the tomb of the Eldritch Sun, and you will join them. You must go north, beyond the infernal waste, into what remains of Corvin City. Turn the sands red with the blood of our enemies, decimate their fortifications, and breach the gates of the tomb. Inside you will find a central chamber, with the power to pierce the veil between realities. Use this sigil. It will activate the chamber and open the way to where the Forgotten One stirs. Enter the rift and bring an end to this calamity.
Guess it's gonna go. Yeah. The most recent, okay, yeah, it makes sense. It's a good way to provide variety, to have different categories. But yeah, if you're busy, it's more important to take care of what's busy. So definitely no worry. I missed something here. What if you caught the Factorio stream? That one was funny. Because is this what I missed? Oh no, it just died because the bitrate that was able to going out kind of died. Like that one Grim Dawn stream where at the end of the game it just stopped outputting frames. That same thing apparently seemed to have happened where like it was dropping 30% of the frames and stuff. I've changed the settings so hopefully that won't happen again. It'll just look bad, but it won't skip frames and stuff. It'll just look super grainy, I think. Maybe this is... Ooh. Limited quests. Metatext. Interesting. Wait, what? So wait, was this just the end of a quest? So it's one of those very specific find a corpse. What a weird mechanism. I'm trying to locate this real quick though. So it would be under... Should be under the Eldritch Sun. I'm confused why I am so... I'm just confused for some reason. And I can't figure out why. Because I picked that up. Stuff popped up. But if it's a quest, and it's not an active quest, what category is it under? Okay, it's Void's Edge. Maybe? And this was the one that I gave a chance to escape. I let them leave instead of killing them, and this is where they ended up. Maybe? I think that's like a resolution to that previous quest. Oh, and it exits there. Cool. Yeah. It was very confusing to me initially because it's like a quest pop, but it wasn't classified in the same bit as this zone. But if it's basically the resolution of the same one, if it's a resolution of a previous quest, then that makes sense. That's cool. Is the cool name for a dinosaur Glavenus? Because that's a pretty cool dinosaur. It's actually not a very cool name. Aegiceratops. Like a shieldy, like... Oh, there's a specific type of... like the Ceratops type dinosaurs that doesn't have a horn. Like a hornless one exists, but sort of a bigger... I'm assuming like a big crest, like Aegis is what I'm assuming you're going for. Or Aegis, I don't know the pronunciation properly. Yeah. And like, actually practical and not made of bone and easy to break. Because like Triceratops, to my understanding, is like the frills are pretty weak. But like this is a fictional dinosaur for a game, so it would actually be a usable frill. What if it was a, actually no, the bones. It's, gets all its calcium from eating eggs. It's, oh, what are they called? Omnivore's better. I'm just trying to make a joke about the egg-eating dinosaurs. But I can't remember the name of egg-eating dinosaurs or egg-eating animals. Ovivore, yeah, probably. I think I'm thinking of Oviraptor specifically. And the general egg-eating would probably be like Ovivore. Like Oviraptor being a specific example of an egg-eating dinosaur. It probably also isn't really that much calcium compared to like bones or whatever. Yeah. It's a classic dinosaur, in my opinion, because it was in Walking with Dinosaurs. I think. Might have been a different dinosaur documentary. There's a lot of meteors falling, that's fun. Could have been Dinosaur Planet? Because Dinosaur Planet would have had large oviraptors that fought the velociraptors. Or fought off, not really fought, but I mean, it's one of those things where I imagine most, it's sort of the case that most animals have a tendency to be omnivores. Because if they can eat something, they will. Like, it's all about opportunity. And like being strictly herbivorous, strictly carnivorous is kind of detrimental. Sometimes. I mean, I'd say purely carnivorous is maybe... There's plenty of reasons that I don't know, but I imagine there's plenty of reasons that they're unlikely to be pure carnivores. But like omnivores, I think is a very believable idea. I just think like mostly I have enough, I don't know, faith in the methods of the paleontologists that if it was likely they were carnivores, that would be a common suggestion. Whereas omnivorous stuff, it's sort of, at least in pop cultures, it's less talked about that like deers are omnivores and not pure herbivores and stuff like that. Because you're taught as a kid, at least I was, that like a deer is an example of a herbivore, but they will eat birds. Left edge, okay. Back I go. Yeah. Because, I mean, calories and nutrients are calories and nutrients. Oh, cool. That's a hidden one. Oh, they actually showed this pretty clearly. I just ignored it. Whoa, I'm bad. Like, yeah, nutrients and calories are nutrients and calories. And if it's available. I mean, if an omnivore means that it's willing to eat anything, then I think if that's kind of the definition of an omnivore, then if it does eat it when it has the opportunity, then I think it qualifies as an omnivore. It's all about the specific definition. I guess the key thing, like, there are obligate carnivores, maybe there's obligate herbivores, and then if it's not an obligate herbivore, then it's still an herbivore, but it can eat meat. I've just never heard of obligate herbivore. I've heard of obligate carnivore. Mostly because cats are obligate carnivores, and that's why people need to make sure that they eat meat and not, or like meat equivalent food, you know, the appropriate nutrients and such, and not vegetables. I don't think people feed their pet cat vegetables, but the proper materials, and it just comes up because people sometimes might put their own personal stuff over the well-being of their pets. Not many people. Not most people. Oh yeah. I imagine that's the case of obligate carnivore. It's really all about they need meat to get their nutrients, but like people can eat, I don't know, cardboard and not have anything bad happen to them. Maybe. I don't know. I've never eaten cardboard. I'm close to the Valley of the Chosen, so I need to keep in mind about that. Well, yeah, but like it's not a part. Well, cardboard itself would not be a relevant part of our diet. Like we wouldn't need it. In the same way that a cat doesn't need pears. Which is like it's not necessary from like a nutrient perspective, but it's not going to hurt it. Some pretty good resistance rolls. Ooh. Better physical. The pierce might be overkill. The bleed is definitely overkill. Guess it. Yeah, I do understand what you mean. The idea of eating cotton, though, makes me think of cats and, like... Cats... It's bad if they lick long hair because it can get tied up in their guts or something. There's something about hairballs and stuff that or maybe it's humans chewing on their hair and it can get caught in their stomach and guts and stuff. I think that's more on the human side than cats. I think cats and their own hairballs, they deal with that pretty well. Oh, that's a weird camera. Because you step down for some reason instead of making it smooth. It's like, it's just things that cotton makes me think of. Cotton and hair eating and stuff. It also makes me think of cotton gin, which isn't gin, it's a flammable substance. Like a highly flammable, I think it's cotton gin. That's a flammable substance. Now I need to check. A cotton gin is an engine that quickly and easily separates cotton fibers from seeds. That's not what it is. Okay, there's a different cotton. There's a different highly flammable thing involving cotton, but also cotton gin is not an alcohol. It's an engine. That's funny. Internal combustion gin would be following the naming convention of the cotton gin. That's suspicious. No, it's cotton. There's a specific I won't be able to remember the name. Just this, it might not be cotton. It's something similar to cotton though, I think, because that's why it's stuck in my head. But there's like, the TV show Mythbusters did something involving it. And if I looked up an episode, I could probably find that. Was it Exploding Pants? Now I have to search this. Gun cotton. Gun cotton. Which is a common name for nitrocellulose, but it is flammable, explosive or something, but it's presumably it was cotton used for guns. But the name gun cotton to me, without the like gun shooting context, it just sounds, it just stands out as a term for a explosive substance. But also the fact that it's nitrocellulose, flash paper. Kind of interesting. Like, the name makes sense. But that's the other thing to think about with cotton. All the fault of Mythbusters. Go up there real quick. And Molotov cocktails, I think, are just alcohol? Oh yeah. Did get distracted talking about omnivores and herbivores. Just I guess while you're doing that, I don't think... Kind of interesting how this all is laid out. This DLC has like, you get a quest here and then the next step is here, then the next step is there. It's very spaced out compared to previous areas. It's kind of... Oh, wait. Tomb of the Heretic, that's where I need the lock, which means that the Valley of the Chosen, I'm gonna have to go to the northeast somehow. Large raptors are an interesting... They're very interesting. Just because the image of... Well, actually, no. The image of raptors is a lot bigger than they actually were, at least for velociraptors. But, like, the image of raptors is fairly small. Tomb of... Oh, I bet that's the last of the 3 areas. Okay. Wait. My assumption is mega... Like... Most things named after raptors have traits similar to raptors to such a degree that if you were watching a movie, you'd be like, hey, that's a raptor. It's like, if visually, it's based, they will be, well, I don't know if they actually looked exactly like that, because everything's somewhat speculative. Yeah. Well, that's a really quick boss. Vengeance of Kaiman. Sister Crimson, cool. Yeah, the Jurassic Park thing's kind of fun. With it being like, I think it was portrayed in Planet Dinosaur. The Apple TV 1. This might actually be an upgrade. I might finally have a helmet upgrade. Maybe if I farm it a little, but... A lot of damage to flame touched. Physical resistance to flame touched. That's really good. If I can farm this, that's really good. Well, yeah, I think Prehistoric Planet was the most recent, was the Apple TV show. And like, I think it portrayed, I can't remember if it was Velociraptors or a different raptor, but they were like small, like they should be. And it was fun to see like small scale raptors instead of just the big like Utah raptor type portrayal. Not that that big portrayal is boring, just it's different. And it's cool to see the different representation. A lot of chaos. Yeah, speaking about Mega Raptors. Wait, one thing that crossed my mind. I know you have other stuff you were talking about. one thing that crossed my mind was the I don't know, semi-recent belief interpretation that there are no, part of the reason, okay, there's definitely something here. Part of the reason that there are no like medium dinosaurs, or basically no medium dinosaurs, is because like large dinosaurs filled the niche of medium dinosaurs. It's like a juvenile T-Rex would fill the role of something in that size range. So there's mostly large and small dinosaurs instead of the full range. Oh, this is taunting me. It's definitely just bait. I hate it. Yeah. Yeah, like it makes a lot of sense. And it's kind of interesting to think about. Is that a wrench? No, that's not a wrench. Call it a gut wrench, but it's not a wrench. Vizier. Molten skin. That's the first one of those. Oh. Wrathstone, Molten Skin, and Ether Soul are probably all from this DLC. Okay, good info. Get more physique just to be safe. Eco types. Eco. Ah. More lore. Yeah, that would be an easy farm to get this helmet. It has fire. It doesn't have the flat fire, so that's kind of a loss. It could have good resistances, but it does give fire damage on flame touched, which is better, but it's worse than the fire strike. Oh, I know why it's worse. Because this is a supportive one, because it applies to everything around you, so it's more useful if you have other stuff to buff. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, you could... I guess... If my understanding, which is limited, of eco types is correct, it seems like one of those difficult, more difficult things to like draw the line on with regards to it. Like I wonder if like species are determined by if they can still, or part of it is they can still mate and produce genetically like viable offspring. Like lions and tigers are different species because they can't produce offspring that can reproduce. That's not why, but that's like an example of an element of why they're not. like, I don't know enough about it to be like, because one of the fun prehistoric bits of information is like Hateg Island, or Hatzeg Island, I'm not actually sure about the pronunciation, where it's a bunch of animals have a bunch of species. It's like island dwarfism make them super small compared to their normal counterparts. I don't know if that counts as an ecotype or a separate species at that point. It might be too much to be an ecotype. But that's one of the, the differences across groups always, that's just the one example that always comes to my mind where being separated from species causes large changes and causes you to be prey for pterosaur. Probably one of my favorite pterosaurs. Okay. This is the creature that they wanted to summon? Really? It's weak. Maybe that wasn't it. Maybe that was something they left behind. Yeah. Vanguard. Ooh, tundra reindeer and woodland reindeer.
Have you executed our little plan?
Beast is dead. That was the beast. Weird. Kind of want to read about what's different about the reindeer. One migrates, and the other remains in the forest. Cool. Yes, like smaller. It's significantly smaller differences. And then it's an ecotype. But then once it goes too far, it just is a different species or something. Wonder if I wonder what's a fun example. I wonder if there's like types of ducks. Just some mundane, minor difference. But they don't move because they're in a good place. An entire statue disappeared by walking away. That's a fun little lore note. Yeah. And a lot of stuff is just sort of defined one way or another. It's just everything has a line. by which it is drawn. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like an example of why standards and like specific components exist is like measuring coastline, and like if the length of a coastline is influenced by the length of the measuring tool used, because if you're measuring in like instances of kilometers or miles, it's gonna miss a lot of in and out eddies and stuff. So something could be 50 kilometers, thinking like fjords and stuff, where it goes in and out constantly. Like if you measured in kilometers, you might skip entire fjords and then you don't have all that in and out again. Like classifying creatures is sort of similar, where if you get too nitty gritty, it becomes impossible for it to be, it becomes totally useless. But if it's too vague, it's also useless. Because like if you measured fjords based on like the scale of an atom, it would be impossible to measure, and it would be like infinitely long because you'd go around every atom in a bunch of ways, and it would be completely worthless. Rat god. I have not seen mention of a rat god in this story yet. Unable to care for a sickly child. They got healthy. He worked hard. Then he got egotistical. Oh no. I think like eco types and stuff works. I think that's a good idea. It's a little more, there's a little more flavor that way. Because like calling something a subspecies is very common, but I don't think ecotype, and as long as it's used correctly, ecotype is a little different. It has a little more flavor to it. Now people might have to search what it means, but not a fun minor changes. That's fun. The Rat God. Fun bit of lore. I hope I fight the Rat God. With my guns. Oh. Secret. Aha. I found it. Cool. Volcano. There's a lot of ether conversion. So basically the human... What? That's weird, I can't walk there. The human version of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Pursuit predator, but to a lesser extent, I would assume. Because it's still a T-Rex and not a species that's purely a hunts in that manner.
I can't do that yet.
What's ability at? 2087. It's not amazing, but it's pretty good. For now. On weak enemies. Ooh, suspicious. But also looks very Dreeg-like. I mean, it can be fun. There's certain appeal to it. Like it's a... I think tanks can be fun in games, personally, but it's also one of those things where I can... Like, I think it's a role that is good to exist for... depending on the type of game. Like... Like, I think... I think it makes, for me it makes sense in like multiplayer, more like PvE type things. The name makes no sense. I mean, I can sort of get behind it. Like, I think it mostly is functional. The way out door. What? Why is it breakable? What kind of... What? Is that the way out? What? It doesn't make any sense. Why would there be a chest there that you would walk past? Like, you wouldn't exit and leave a chest like that. That doesn't make sense. That's like the most troll secret in this game I've ever seen. Maybe there's worse ones, but that is probably the worst one I've seen so far. It was visible, it did show up, I think, beforehand, but that's a weird one. Yeah, if you're saying like tanks in games and such don't do damage, but real tanks are built to, you know, shoot tank shells that will do a ton of damage. That's where you get into the game called League of Legends, where tanks do a lot of damage, or they can. Then that's realistic. But in MMOs it's not realistic. I'm kind of curious. Tank video game etymology. Like a vehicle tank to a game with dinosaurs? Like an Ankylosaurus, I believe, is a name. Which would be kind of a on-the-nose example. But very slow. So you need to be able to smack them with the tail. I feel like I'm... Okay, must be a... But that's further forward. Feels like this should be the path. Not from here, but maybe there's a path up. Like a Monster Hunter hammer. Wind up and swing for the home run with the tail. Oh, How did I miss this? In I go. Wait. What level was that helmet I picked up? I should also... Oh, cool. If only I could dual wield two-handed guns. Yeah, an 84? That's 8 levels above me. Unfortunate. Wait, no, I was saving this because it had better resistances. Sort of, not totally. This is the damage to check. Better damage. Yeah, better fire, better burn. Chaos resist 4, chaos resist. Cast speed's not the best. I don't know if it's worth it. I think the fireballs are worth it for now. I'll consider it more later. Yeah. I wish I could dual wield guns though. Dual wield two-handed guns. Like, super invest just to be able to do it. Like a berserker spec. It wouldn't work because the berserker ones that they mentioned that the wolf doesn't use weapons and the raven's not going to wield guns, but like, imagine if the raven could, in its talons, dual wield two-handed ranged weapons, one in each claw, and just shoot while flying.
I can't do that yet.
It would be funny. Oh, you'll be back. Gotta check the legal rights surrounding a Monster Hunter clone. Which there's probably none beyond the obvious limitations. Oh no, I'm just... the timing between, I also have an idea for Monster Hunter clone, BRB, just the timing on that. It was just a bad joke. That wasn't even really a joke because it wasn't funny. Ah. Exorcism by fire. So something terrible. The Grand Magus messed up a garden and then they got purged with fire. Come here. Yeah. I mean, that's one of those things that's probably difficult, because a lot of Monster Hunter weapons are like, there's really basic ones that's like, okay, it would feel like copying, but they're also so basic that maybe it wouldn't be defendable. I don't know. But then the cool ones that Monster Hunter has are very distinct. Like, to a certain extent, there's probably some things that could be duplicated but slightly modified. Like, you can modify stuff like, you can make like chakrams for a ranged weapon that are sort of like boomerangs, but boomerangs being what they are in reality probably wouldn't infringe on Prowler boomerang combat. Axe as a greatsword might overlap with that Dauntless, the Monster Hunter clone. Because I think it has an axe that's sort of similar to a greatsword. But also it is just an axe though. Like, using an axe as a slow, hard-hitting weapon is probably not something that, I mean, all context. It would probably not be a huge issue. Even a greatsword would probably not be a huge issue because it is just a greatsword, but like, I know very little about Dauntless. Just the usual curious, oh, what is different, what is the same between it and Monster Hunter? And like, there was some thread online about someone complaining about how Monster Hunter's greatsword is terrible because it doesn't have combos like one of the weapons in Dauntless. It's possible that the axe in Dauntless is more like the hammer, though. I can't remember. That might be a freer space to work with, like a axe that's a greatsword, not a hammer. But it could have been that they were comparing the axe and the hammer, and the axe is more like it. It was a weird thread to begin with because it was someone that was clearly seemed like they were just there to pick a fight and complain, knowing that the people would find their complaints annoying because they weren't legitimate grievances. Like I think the only thing that would be super hard to like not feel like it's ripping off is like the true charge slash system. Like the multi-charge, charge sort of thing. Like a greatsword with a different charge system probably could work because it's just a strong attack. Like those are fairly common in video games. Dark Souls has strong attacks on great swords. But I mean, there is definitely a reason that there haven't been really any super good competitors. Like there's been God Eater is sort of a niche competitor that I think people enjoyed. I don't know if it actually competed with Monster Hunter meaningfully. Dauntless competed for a bit and then didn't because Monster Hunter World was just better. I think Dauntless released before World. The Wild Hearts got abandoned. I mean, they don't have, chain scythes. Like, Neo had, or Neo or Neo 2 had, like, chain scythe, ball and chain type weapons. Kusurigama, maybe was the name? That might be something completely unrelated. I think that was what it was called, though. That also could be something totally different, and it could even just be some rude statement for all I know. Ooh, double drop. Yeah, like some sort of thing like that. Like a goofy full-scale scythe with like a giant, like, prisoner ball and chain for the ball and chain component. I kind of want to check if I got the name right. Ah, Kusarigama, not Kusurigama. It's an A, not a U. Like, I don't think that exists in any of those as far as I don't know anything about Wild Hearts. I also know very little about Dauntless, but I assume they don't have that. Or you do that, but the sickle or scythe. Scythe? Is it a scythe or a sickle? It's chain sickle is what it literally translates to, so I'm going to call it a sickle. The sickle could be a rocket sickle. Extra spinning power. And depending on how cartoony it gets, a rocket sickle on the end of a chain that lets you fly like a helicopter. And it's instantly an insect clave without the insect. Actually, I don't think there's been a sort of summon focused weapon,
I can't do that yet.
which might not work, but like, did you realize something, or are you just commenting on that? Suddenly it's an insect glaive. Morganath, we get to learn who this is. Or I get to learn. Kind of interesting, kind of fun story here. Insect glaive you can sort of use as a summon thing, but it's not like effective. It's like a ranged weapon. Some like, oh, okay, no, a summoned weapon could work really well. It would be very Terraria though. Like you use things from the monsters, the weapons you create, summon mini versions of the monster you killed, and then you direct them in some manner. that can't be too hands-off because otherwise it's a totally different combat. It just doesn't work. Which is probably a summoning thing, just doesn't work probably at all, but... Yeah. Well, it could be a little mechanical robot. Which might be too tech as well. Which would also be kind of magical, just tech being too tech. Like tech beyond a certain scale, kind of, from a mechanical perspective, it becomes kind of like magic. Confused. I thought there was a door there that seemed like a way forward, but I keep exploring and there's a lot more up that way. No, I just confused myself somehow. Must have been thinking about the entrance there. How did I confuse myself like that? No idea. Unless it was here. No, it wasn't. I don't know how I confused myself like that. Weird. Little drones. Drones would not be a fitting thing in my mind, so yeah. That's not bad. Yeah, but like it's... As long as it's mechanic, like... Insect Glaive is primarily about the melee. So being primarily about a falcon could be distinct enough. Ah, it's a skeleton key. Should I mean, given all the things I found before this, I don't know if I should enter it now. Okay, so I'll leave it for later. Yeah, falcon training is kind of impressive. Yeah, thanks. I will indeed wait. Wait, I found the final writing of the scholar before the first or the second. Goofy. It's intentional, I assume, but it's still goofy. Where I am now, I missed something. That's understandable. Maybe I have to go back. Maybe the delay is too long. It'd be something like this. Be some like specific, simple thing that I missed. It's fun. I really do enjoy reading those. Okay. These are good people, not people. We should check an angle. Look at different angles. I'm just going this way for a second because I'm verifying. Okay, so it is back. Good. Before I deleted this location, this teleporter. Okay. Angle. Skeleton door. What does animal theme? Oh, as in from the insect glaive. Yeah, like a pure spirits. Probably. Its own thing. It's probably, again, I wouldn't be surprised if it existed, not something else, but it's also kind of... It just needs to be its own thing enough. Ooh, you could make it a, you could convert it from a spear to like a bow staff or something. With vaulting and stuff. Making it, if there's differentiation, like a blunt weapon instead. Yeah, actually that could be a good way to separate weapons from Monster Hunter. Have like classes of weapons and have most of them have that added variety where like you can have a axe and a hammer but they're all the same weapon type, broader weapon type, or just a blunt hammer. A blunt axe. Hammers are already blunt. Oh, whoops.
That skill's not ready.
Like a human scale greatsword, not a video game scale greatsword. feel like for non-blunt spears, you could have like that looks promising. Okay, that might be it. You could have like spears are good for like if something's charging, you can set it into the ground and they can ram themselves on it. Stuff like that could exist, and it would help set it apart probably. Hey, I found it. Took a very, very long time. But I did find it eventually. Yeah, if you're looking at it at this angle, it doesn't look like you can go under it. If you're looking at it at this angle, it still looks like you can't go under it. You have to be like there. And it's like, okay, maybe. And then you can scroll and you can see it. That's a rough one. Actually, yeah, like a kicking, I bet there's already punching weapons in games like this. But like blunt, kicking, punching, put brass knuckles, it's suddenly piercing. I don't know if piercing's a damage type.
Hello again, my friend.
Oh, her. How did you track Travis? Cool. Yeah. Beer plus kicking, punching mode. I should actually go up at the top there. Because that looks like the end, and I want it all mapped out. Yeah. She's a very committed explorer. Really feels like she must be evil or something weird. There's gonna be some big twist. Like she never had a brother or something, and it's actually her. I mean, there's the classic portmanteau of gun chucks. Or it's a gun nunchucks. This exists in media already. And it's specific enough that maybe it would be an issue. fun. Yeah. Guess yo-yos would be pretty funny. Very impractical, but like walk the dog saw blade. Ah. You must return to your slumber. I won't get much further. Only about 10-15 minutes max anyway, so I'll make sure I don't get too much further in the story. Yeah, I'll see you next time. And I guess I'll probably be finishing the DLC next time, given the map location. So I hope you rest well in your coffin, in your fancy coffin away from the sun. Oh, CN show, like Cartoon Network show. I've never watched it, but I assume you're saying Steven Universe, based on gay rocks. Oh, nope. Bye, I need to know this. I need to know when. I assume they would release it eventually. But is there actual release news? So far, I don't know if there's release news. I don't, yeah, there currently isn't one on Steam at least. This is not right now. I mean, most of the games did do demos, I think at least a month or so before release. Like Rise had a demo where you could fight Magnamalo. Yeah. So far, it doesn't seem like there's any other news about any sort of like release date. Yeah. Yo-yo weapon from the show about gay rocks. I don't know if the rocks are gay. I never watched it. Probably never will because it doesn't really interest me, but... Yo-yo. Yo-yo saw. Yo-yo. Oh, actually. It could be a music weapon, too. Because it could be like a play on Yo-Yo Ma, who's a cello player, which has nothing to do with yo-yos, but... That's actually all the more reason for it to not be Yo-Yo Ma music related. I don't know, you can have like... Do you mean like... I don't think... I think you're typing like the instrument, right? Because that, if it's the instrument, that's CYMBALS symbols, but it's pronounced symbols, but it's with a C. You got an idea for a yo-yo weapon or any weapon in general? Yes, I believe that was the spelling that I double checked. Like, why? Like, at that point, it's just a... The spinning top component is not important there, right? I missed 2 entries, I guess. Though it might be out of order, so I don't know. I would have thought a Saw would be good at cutting tails too. Implement an over-the-top. This is not a serious idea. And the idea of like you saw through the outer part and then you have to use something else for the bone. A whip is better for that for whatever reason. Horrible idea. Don't even think about it in this context of what I'm saying. Just don't even consider it in your brain. Yeah, well, I think for a certain facet of people, they would enjoy it. There'd be people who would be like, yeah, this is great. It's not me. It crossed my mind, but I don't think it's a good idea. Yeah, some people would be into that. Probably people that should be watched a bit, but... Oh, include spyware. Perfect. Release a game like that, and then anyone that plays it gets spied on. And tracked as a psychopath. It's a good test. Well, that's buggy. That was pretty funny looking. I'll be back here later. Ah, another entry by the scholar. That's a lot of order though. Two more. You can. You like conceptually could have like having Elder Dragon equivalents that are actually just older, wiser, more experienced dragons could be interesting. Like there could be elder variants of all the dragons. I think that'd be a fun idea in general. I wish more Monster Hunter things were like older instead of just a totally mystical species that is super powered near birth. Yorvok and Bahan. I guess something sort of like that. Read these all at some point. Wait, Ascension. Grand feels common, which might be good. To clearly separate it from ancient. A lot of fun lore in this about Korvat, religion, and stuff. Wait, is this where I'm supposed to go? Wait, Ouroboros. Ah, now that's something I'll come back to next time. I need to stop soon. This is... where am I? I'm way over here. See, I'm not going to interact with that until I actually go into that, but I need to wrap up soon, so I'm not going to go in there. Yeah. Early red dragon. To show off basics.
See anything you like?
Yeah. Yeah, wyverns being like a lower tier. Be funny to make wyverns, like, name them wyverns, but they're the stronger one for whatever reason. Just to be annoying, which would be a bad reason. Those are probably worth carrying, because that's a lot of resistance.
Iron well spent.
Storage is over there. Well, no, like,
Got something you need stashed?
for whatever reason, establish that things that are wyverns, like, aesthetically they're still styled after wyverns or wyverns, but just in this world those are the stronger creature. For no reason other than to mess with people, which is not a good reason. Oh, I sold my extra sharp... I had sharpshooter, not gunslinger. Ooh, maybe I should have kept it instead of accidentally selling it. Too late now. Because, I mean, from a certain perspective, wyverns are, depending on how you draw the line, they might be more prone to flying. Flying enemies are more annoying. A lot of factors, maybe. Yeah, I think that's the more realistic and I would say appropriate approach.
It's safe with me. Promise.
Because I think the only reason to do it the other way would be just to mess with people. And for a legitimate attempt at something, doing something just to mess with people is a bad reason.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Just check. This is saying my DPS is 4140. Yeah, way better. Okay, 110 more DPS. Just such a long cooldown, it's not very good. 45 seconds is crazy. I am ranged, and if I play properly, I shouldn't get hit that often. Yeah, you gotta include the... I have a quest to pick up here, that's good to know. Gotta include the adjacent bug representation. You wanna see if this is multi-time chest? Wherever the chest was. You know, it's definitely a one-time chest. Quite matter in the future. Alright. Yeah, I think it is time that I wrap up for today. Though, sadly, because I need to stop and sleep. So, I hope you enjoyed. Next time you're around, if you want, we can continue talking about arthropod monsters. That could be fun. But I will stop here. I'll see you again soon. Hopefully tomorrow will go fine and it won't die in 30 minutes. Yeah, you too. Hope you have a nice night. Bye-bye.